I'm back. Yeah, I already fixed it. So I have been running it now as just a log file, not a one shot. So it goes to the background and it's still listening. Can I do something like PS and then get it? Yeah. So it's still running and still listening, obviously. It's not listening. Oh. I think the 35 was my listen socket. So that got closed. Listen. Listen. Oh, actually, listen socket is 34. So 34 is accepted here. Add it to equal. Oh, it is closed. Yeah, and then the question is why it is closed. So as you can see, it is very nice that we have debug output now. Finally. Even though it's running in the background. Now I can actually see what is happening. Yeah, this is part of a closed input device. Why is that happening? I have to run this in the debugger, I'm afraid, to see why it is closing the listen socket. So we can just start over. This kills the current running thing. And now it should be listening. Which means now I can run this in DB, attach it in the debugger. Let's use a bin ddp process. Continue. Current state of debug output is this. I'd expected more debug out, to be honest. Should there not have been an interrupt here? Girly, I'm starting screaming if debug output is not working again, but maybe I just restarted it fast enough or something. Okay, so I'm printing hello world now just to be sure that we have more debug output. Oh my god. What? How? How is it again not working? It is impossible. cannot step into the debug library anymore because I already switched it to Keytouch. To always flushes on, that's something. Oh, I do have headers. Well, there is still hope. Actually, everything is in headers, I think. I need to look at here. That's good. Finish. Well, good. I mean, at least then we can continue debugging. It is actually writing, so the debug channel is on also. I think that even means that the debug object is on. So it's flushing, debug, everything is on, except it doesn't write. Eh? Completely impossible, huh? There's one thing yeah, no, I cannot debug everything, I'm afraid. Well, that's interesting. Maybe I'm linking with a different libcwd than I think. Nope, it's linking with the correct thing. We even have debug symbols. I do a step here and it just exits. So that would mean that it is not writing output and I cannot step into the debugging library. But the thing is debug symbols. What is going on? Sure. Let's see what's reproducible. As in, again. This. Yeah, now we do have debug output. Okay, well, I tested this, but I did not test what happens if you... I did not completely reproduce it, of course. Let's run this. And then attach it to the debugger. Like that. Now we don't have new debug output. And if I connect to it, okay, so if I attach a debugger, then we don't have debug output anymore. Interesting. Now let's try to reproduce that with locally installed libcwd, which means I have to edit cmake again, remove keytosh again, and find package or okay, it found a newly installed debugging library in the user local. Everything is recompiled as it should, since everything is using the library. Question, can we now reproduce it? Yes. Okay. Run it again. And we have debug out again. How is this possible? Yep, that works again. So it works without debugger, then it stops working if you attach a debugger. But if you set a breakpoint, then it works again. Something like that. No. Absolutely ridiculous. No debugging symbols. What? No, I do have debug symbols, but it's not. They are not red. Never mind. There's maybe one difference. If I don't set a breakpoint, I pretty quickly continue it. So now I was more or less a second later, I did continue it. There's no debug output. Still no debug output. It is still listening. Well, also randomly changed. Okay, so you can still set a breakpoint there now. Try. The debug output is already off. I need to set a quick debug output. Quick breakpoint maybe. So that was here, line 177. Still no debug output. Connect again. Nothing. How is that possible, man? Is that possible? Why is it stopping here? Why is it stopping there? Instead of at my breakpoint. Oh, never mind. It's the condition rate thing. 2. Maybe set a breakpoint in the wrong thread. I probably did. No, it stops there. Okay, set it in the wrong thread. And we have debug output again. How is that possible, man? And well, debug output, well, it stopped here. And it's not a matter of this is being flushed, because there's nothing else. If everything was written and now this is the first time I flush it, we should have seen a lot of debug output ending with this. But no, this is the only line. So it seems that the other output was simply not even written at all. It is like the debug output was turned off, and now it is on. Now it's on. Okay, so now I can connect again. Oh. I can't find good music. Turn on my own music. probably not even possible. Okay, we have now output, debug output, independent of my debug library. That I think always works. Let's use that to debug the debug library. Step 1, make the thing that I have to reproduce a little bit easier. Let's hack 12 point smooth launch, draw intense score and bullet forms. To reproduce this, I have to run this. Look who's listening. Run the debugger. Continue. Print on that file. Write hello world, print the log file again, and observe that there is no debug output. I can reproduce that, but I want to have debug output, right? I mean, now we need debug output to debug why there is no debug output in the debug library. In other words, I need some output, and at the moment I connect, it should return from, for example, equal p-weight. Just to check if we have debug output. And immediately after writing that, let's do a simple test for, let's say, our output to DC notice. I'm writing to them. Okay, repeat the test. Start this. Oh shoot. run GTB from another terminal though, otherwise I don't see my standard error output. Hello, sticky dude. Now I have four tabs for the thing that I'm doing. Okay, so we run the debugger here with that PID, and I do an never mind. Let's use something. Immediate continue. Okay, major sockets. I mean, that definitely should have printed something. The printing. No debug output, and oops, nothing was written to standard error here. So we have this. Two possibilities: either this thing never returned, or it did return. But also standard error is broken now. This doesn't write anymore. I'm inclined to think that it just did not return, which is really weird. Possibly weird. Kill sick int. No way it does not return. I send it a sick kill int, right? Nothing is written. Oh, it did return now, but this is the other thread. Oh, wait a minute. If you send a signal, it is processed by one thread, and that's a random thread. So I need to send a signal to a specific thread. I'm not sure how I can do that. I'm scared to do something and then everything works again. That's the whole. That happens all the time. So, Ctrl C, info threads. Let's switch to thread 2. Duh, now we have output. So attaching the debuggers makes it stop, but if in the debug we switch to the thread that I want to debug, then it works good. Just to make it impossible to debug this, it seems. Right, okay, now for, I just never give up, right? I can't give up, but I'm gonna say it's not a good idea to try to use standard error, because it's still the terminal, and apparently stuff is going on. Instead of writing to the terminal, I'm going to write to could write to a file, but that sucks reading. Well, like maybe I can just use a till in another window. So that same debug output also appears here now. How can, well, this is written to a file. So how can correctly writing to a file or not depend on which thread you're monitoring with the debugger? That doesn't make any sense. That's not useful. I need a way to investigate what's going on now without debugger, without a terminal, without anything actually. Did it delete my write? It's still there, but only after the demon, after we demonized. If that works, I might as well delete it. Let's see if we can raw write to file descriptor 2. If that doesn't work, then that I can't think of a reason. I cannot think of one reason that would not work. There is only one thing that I can think of. I mean, that's kind of the same as this one, except that standard Sierra could go bad. So if this is not written, I'm really thinking that we never return from here. How can I check that? You can check it after the fact. So first make it return and then nothing is printed. And then connect the debugger and then figure out if before we connected the debugger it did exit there by incrementing a static. So you have a static variable here. That's initialized by 0 because it's static anyway, but okay. Make it volatile to make sure that that it is incremented. But yeah, now I can now attach the debugger afterwards, and then, no, I have to, wait a minute, I have to attach the debugger first, otherwise it works anyway. But the debugger is then attached to the main thread, which is waiting in a condition variable. And then we do this. The question is, I probably should make it a global variable, actually, so I can even access it from the other thread. Maybe even, yeah. It's part of a library. No, the thing is an object library. I've been sticky trying this for 2 days now. Constantly thinking of other ways to do this. Strangely enough, I have made a lot of progress, but every time there is something else. Okay, let's start this again. So we run this. Now notice if I do not attach a debugger, so in this tab I can dump the file that I wrote to, and that ends here. Well, it ends at 2 places actually. So the event loop thread is here, and the main thread is terminated, basically. But the last output is this anyway. Before it stopped writing output or something. So if now I do this, I connect to the socket, it writes the stuff. This was written to file descriptor 2 after daemon. Thought I removed it. Huh? Oh, I just moved it here. That's nonsense. How long is the thing now? 16. So no debugger. This was standard error, that works, and writing to file script 2 works. I should add a new line there. Debug output is written. So you see the hello world arrive and everything. And that's well, it's now I was thinking, yeah, I got it working. I mean, this is after fixing 5 or 6 bugs. And I finally got here. However, now we do the same thing again. Let me change this though. Let's write a new line there. This is unbuffered, so no flushing needed. He just writes every character. Well, maybe 58 at the same time, but totally unbuffered outputs. Okay, try it again. I'm inclined to keep repeating the same thing, just to see, get a baseline feel for, okay, this works. So I'm doing it again, without the debugger. We get now this output. The new line is inserted. Okay, I'm gonna stop here, just run it again. Sorry, I don't know, I hit a weird key. And now I'm going to attach the debugger. So I want to know what the PID is. This is the thing that is listening. And the debugger here. Attach the debugger, continue. Yep, that's the only difference. And now we do print hello. Well, actually attaching the debugger might also have done something, but there is no output anymore. Before we had this output here. Well, it's still able. It should still be able to write to this terminal, but it didn't, which is weird enough, actually. Now we do this. No output. So now the question is, did we get here at all, or did it return from did this thread? I think the main thread is dead or hanging, but this thread is running. Did it return from equal p-weight and couldn't we write to file script 2, or did it just not return at all? Which of course completely explains why we don't have any debug output. So the only thread is still running, doesn't return from equal weight, and that would explain it. Is it still listening is the question. It's still listening. Okay, so if I do this several times, it's not accepting new sockets. I should have tried that sooner. Great. So now it's hanging, and that's because I have a backlog of 4, I think. So every time it tries to connect, I think, or this is, I don't know, it's hanging. So I conclude that the backlog is full. Which means that indeed it's not accepting the socket, so it did not return. But okay, now we can investigate that now, because I do have a debugger here. I can just stop it and then print that counter. And it's still at 0, which is to be expected, right? Would have felt a little bit better if it was a 1 or something. Did we never return? According to this debug output, we did never return. It's just unfinished, and then that it's the end. It never returned. So what happened is this thread is there. I attach. Oh my god! I know what it is. I think I know what it is. fuck. Quit. Open it. Replay. Nope. It is not either not running or no. Maybe it starts running when I do a step or something. No, I don't know. Maybe it's not the correct idea, but let's just make sure that the thread is running by switching to it. Now we have output. This is still hanging. That's weird. Counters 2 in the meantime, so it didn't return a lot. It might still not accepting stuff anyway. But the 2 times that it returned now, we have output. So I think the debugger does work. The problem is that it just doesn't return from ePOL p-wait. That seems very likely now. Okay, then last attempt. If I leave the debugger, then it should absolutely run again. Everything should run, and it does. So it just, the debugger stops my threads from running. See, all of them are running. This now also returned. Probably have full debug output now. Yes. No, it does. I'm not crazy. Oh, there is something else, yeah. You have schedule logging and then there is something else. So the mode dimensions. Non-stop. Get better. T minus A. Okay, that's the first time in my life that I heard about that. Directly after attaching distance. All the debuggers in distance. Sound doing that. Specifying minus A. Okay, to continue all stop threads in non-stop mode, use minus A option. Specifying minus A and an ignore count simultaneously is an error. You can also just leave the non-stop mode. What is non-stop mode? But okay, let's. I think we're onto it now. So I'm still in non-stop mode and it's no longer listening, it seems. Nope, nobody's listening. Well, why that happened, I'm not sure. But let's just restart. So restart. This thing is listening. Go into debugger. No output. And then I do set schedule logging off. Still no debug output. And then we do continue. Minus A. And we have debug output. Yes. And then hopefully also here. Yep, there's my hello world. I think that was the last bug, or it's not even really a bug. The debugger interfered with the running threads. Yeah, this is a almost weird situation I never encountered before, I think, where it is important that I have more than one thread running. So if I'm stepping through one thing, then I think I want other threads to run. You need to investigate what this non-stop mode is. I think I knew that in the past, but of course I didn't. Wait a minute, non-stop is that everything is running. Let's just use in non-stop mode when the thread stops to what? Yeah, I'll start here. For some multi-threaded targets, GDB supports an optional mode of operation in which you can examine stopped program threads in the debugger while other threads continue to execute freely. Yeah, that is what I want. This minimizes intrusion when debugging live systems, such as programs where some threads have real-time constraints or must continue to respond to external events. This is referred to as non-stop mode. Harry, no. I really wouldn't know what to do with my life. I mean, if I translate your question even worse, so like, how much money should I give you so you will never use a computer again? I don't know. Maybe I would consider it if that is enough money to do basically everything I want, everything else. Buy my own island, have lots of people on it, you know, like Epstein. Just kidding. But yeah, programming is my life, so. And now, I don't know what I was doing again. I was reading this. This is non-stop mode. That's what I want. In non-stop mode, when a thread stops to report a debugging event, only that thread stops. Exactly what I want. So what I was missing was the continue minus A. I didn't know you have to do that. Let's see here an interrupt minus A, continue minus A, okay. Yeah, I hate to read everything, so I'm reading it diagonally. This is such a hard to read block of text. Though these comments are I should read everything, and I would if I had a memory that kept. I can read it now, and then and tomorrow I will have forgotten everything, so that makes it also a waste of time, right? Yeah, to enter non-stop mode, use this sequence of commands before you run or touch the program. Set pagination off, whatever. Set non-stop on. Set non-stop on. Non-stop off. Disable show non-stop. Okay, I have to just remember that it is called non-stop with a dash in between. And the other one was scheduler or schedule locking. Scheduler, I think. Locking. Scheduler locking. Non-stop and continue -A. Remember it. $7.45 million. Really, I mean, I could say buy a very nice house and then sit in my garden in the sun. No. What would I do with my life? I have absolutely no clue. There is nothing else that I want to do than sit behind my PC. Really. I can't think of anything else that would give me any fun. Going out? No. Holidays where I can't use a computer? No. There is nothing in life that is fun. Except programming and sitting behind my computer. So 7 million, not enough. Like I would have to think really hard if you are talking about billions. Then I would have to really hard, because maybe I can completely change my life. You know, like there's enough money to say travel the world and help other people. Could go somewhere and then, you know, I don't know, do good for other people. It definitely wouldn't be the same life anymore that I'm used to. I want to live, really. Maybe there is another hobby. I could stop programming and then start with electronics again. Or something like that. Yeah, it quickly involves computers. Whatever you do. Or physics or something like that. Yeah. Problem solved, and this works. It just works, man. Can reset that. Still have to do this though. That's all good. Get restore that file and that file. And those are all good. Change that back to 1-0, I think. Eradicated. What is next? Did I commit it already? I didn't. Yeah, that was necessary temporarily for stepping through the startup. I think I can remove this as well. I hope. I better. Let's do this. Commit. Yeah, there's another bug fix. Man, I have so many bug fixes found. Found so many bug fixes during this. The last 2 days. Just for this one problem. Ridiculous. Well, that's only debugging stuff. You can remove all of this, right? There was no bug. Git restore. Make. Okay. We have everything again. So let's reproduce the problem. This time knowing how to solve it. Oh. Oops, I think I was still on. Minus A. Definitely learned something new. Never heard of that before. Yay, everything works. Oh my god. It's like it started a new life here. The world opened up. But I forgot what I was doing before this, all this. Actually I didn't. What I was doing was checking that it would disappear. It has what? No, God, no, more bugs. Oh yeah, that is a bug of today, but that didn't fix everything then. No. No. So I just reset everything. And it doesn't work. Okay, what is the problem here? Yeah, one of the last problems that I did notice was that it doesn't listen anymore. And that happened because it closes the socket. And that's why I wanted to debug it the last time that it couldn't debug it. So let's say 2 hours ago or so, 1 hour ago. Yeah, 1 hour ago then. I'm not even streaming that one. To find out where it is closing that socket. Now I have the debug output. So where's my listen socket? Listen. Listen socket is still 34, so you have a backlog of 4. And 34 then is probably closed. Except close. Yep. So what I really needed was to put a breakpoint on close before doing the continue minus A. Finally, at least we can debug. That's a good thing. I think the 34 is going to be 34 all the time, so we just restart this thing. Good, yes. Run it again. Still 34. Listening. Debugging. Attaching. And then, oh boy, shit, I removed the timeout thing. That's already too late. It only waits 100 milliseconds. However, maybe you got past that point. I think we got past that point. It's not a problem, I removed that. Okay, so... Yeah, of course you got past that point. I attached it long after that. So now I want to turn the scaler off again, I suppose. Let's set scheduler locking off and then break and close, and you can't say, oh maybe you can actually have quotes on. Nope, 26 bloody locations, that's absolutely ridiculous. Ridiculous. But okay, continue -A on that. Continue. Is this a close? It is some kind of close. What is it closing here? Maybe this might be it, but I'm gonna do continue until I understand what happens. Cannot execute this command while the selected thread is running. Thread 4? Who stopped? We are in 1. Okay, so I have to manually switch now to the thread that stopped. Three and 4 both stopped in install and close. That's ridiculous. Okay, maybe I can do continue T-A again. Hit breakpoint in GI close. 34. In thread 3. Oops, that's not what I wanted. Info threads. No, it's running again. Yeah, so I have a slight problem with not having a schedule locking. Maybe not turn the schedule locker off. Maybe set it on step or something. We'll have to experiment with that, I think. Maybe automate this as well. I can doing the ls here, ls with, but it gets tiresome. I don't know which threads are doing the close, it is kind of annoying. I'll switch it to begin with and then we continue with A. Hopefully they are all running now. Yeah, that was useless. What am I doing? Let's say thread. Two. Break all clauses. Continue manage A. So both thread 3 and 4 have stopped. Yeah. Both are threadable threads. Thread 3. Close. Print this. That is. That is 34. Okay. So this is the one that is going to close 34. Because we're calling close on a file script. I mean, very soon it's going to actually close the file script. So I might as well do the backtrace from here. Close is called from new connection. Well, no, that 34. 34 is the listen socket, yeah? That should not happen. So, well, it's just a logic error in my program now. Oh. What? It just always does it. Why am I even debugging this? Okay, it's exactly doing exactly what I asked for. Yeah, so I have one short. I want to test one short here. When you close the listen socket, that doesn't really make much sense to not do something on disconnect. Yeah, not terminate the whole application, but it isn't even listening anymore. So we have one client, we accept one client, and then that client leaves. And we close the listen socket, so there's nothing to do anymore. Might as well quit. So this block of code here, do not quit application if the client leaves, makes no sense unless we are not doing this. And that probably should also depend on the one shot then. So I would say if it is one shot mode, then close it. Okay, now it's still listening. And we call the debug output. Yeah, hello world. And we can do that again. Yep, again. So that's without one shot. Yeah. Now I'm gonna run it with one shot to test if it works. One shot. So a lock now works. Yes, thank you very much. And one shot works. No, one shot. I'm testing one shot. So now it's one shot. It means that it does listen, and then you can connect to it. And that means that now it's no longer listening. Oops. But you did handle that one client. Yes. Is it me or is 34 now not closed at all? Maybe it's closed after this. Yeah, okay. This happens when the application object is destroyed, which means that the log file is closed. I could just not close the log file and then keep logging till the end of the world, but yeah. It's more or less impossible that it didn't get closed, so it's probably afterwards. Okay, one shot seems to work then. What other options did I have? Help, of course. Help works. Version worked, we tested that. Oh, it's actually not working. We don't have extra help. So I have more options. We should print a V in front of this as well. So we type V 0.1. Version. Print a V. And here we print application name help version and then in print extra usage. We should also print the other stuff, which is so we have one shot. background. Project here. And log. I think currently log must be the full path. I want to change that actually. To call this it's not a path, well, not a directory, it's a log file. So you can give the full path at the moment, but if you don't, then I probably just want to put it in a project here, I suppose. Make that relative to the project here. Yeah, so the log is simply stored in log file name, but that then could be a path or not. So that should be fixed afterwards. Afterwards being command line parameters parsed. Do that before we switch to the background. Yeah, the pinning is easy, isn't it? I mean, like literally, project name is dir slash project name, provided there are file system path. This is a standard file system path, the other one as well. So yeah, just a slash. How do you test if it is an absolute thing or not? I don't know. Is absolute. I'm just gambling. That doesn't compile. Look at that. Say compiles. Well, good for me. Yeah, okay. So now help works. But it puts it in this directory. We are in source. To cut it out to do total source. Well, let's just use project there should be defined as well. How lame. And it proves that project there is defined, however. Color projects, AIC, exact, Codex, temp. Yeah. Build source, something else. Build there should be defined as well. Brought it to this directory. Why? That means that it did not catenate it. You just use it in the current directory, for the current directory. That's weird. Wow. Doing what I thought I did. Oh, I'm doing it the wrong way around. Yeah, if it is absolute, I am. Wrong. Choose relative. And still it doesn't exist. You see a bug, you find the bug, you fix the bug, and it's still there. That is so... what the hell, man? Impossible. Oh, I'm running it without project here. Yeah, that will do it. Unknown argument project here. There is nowhere the mine is there. And still it doesn't work. Oh, of course, yeah, it's one more down even. Yeah, okay, got that one. What is next then? What is next? I guess foreground still works as well. Good. Ah. I think that that's what I was trying to do in those lines that I removed from libc WD. But I did it every thread, which is not what I should have been doing. But I have to probably add it back. Otherwise, I have to do this all the time. It is very tiresome. I cannot find it. Oh, because it's not in here. Totally senile, man. Totally. This is wrong. That's the one. Okay, what line number is that then? It is a nonsense. Totally nonsense. Totally nonsense. This might not be nonsense if it wasn't for the fact that I don't want to do it twice. That would be not thread safe, I think. I can assume that the O-stream is already set by let's see the debug objects to the main thread. We could add a mutex around this, but better would be to have a mutex around the set O-stream thing itself. Maybe you already have that or not. So I don't see it's created, it's not logging anything. Here's logging it. O-stream instant log. Oh, you totally have that already. Okay. It's almost as if OS is not being used. No, here it is. Private set OS. Be silent, Bob. I mean, hi, Bob. The algorithm told you to go watch this. Good algorithm. I think I need to add an accessor. Ridiculous. Why do I need an accessor? Because it's protected and I'm trying to access this from where? From here. Yeah, it's a different library. It is a specialization. Specialization of what? Offset option. Yeah, okay. So debug.cc, but then here set hosting. And then I need an why is a template there? Oh, it's a specialization for a mutex type. P-thread mutex type. Well, it's ancient stuff. I wouldn't even bother with that anymore now. And it's a specialization goes in .cc, but just jump here, find my template, which is in .inline. I feel like adding my accessor here. But it's not a template. I feel more like adding it to quite a, yeah, never mind. Nope, I should go to the header, the definition of debug.c. debug class type, whatever. You already have a get string. I couldn't find it, but no, we found it. There is a get stream which doesn't bother to set the lock. What? Okay, it's not thread safe. Yeah. No, I only remembered how to set a marker in VI. Oh, like this. No, it's not like that. Now I can jump to it using get string. I need to go to set string. I need this. But then also the stuff at the bottom. Let's just copy everything. And then go back to the get string. Paste that here. Yep. one of it. Did I just edit the wrong file? No, I didn't make. Well, whatever. Good. Runs in the foreground. Okay, now. What to do next? So you notice there is a thing that even if you keep listening and a new connection is made, what to do with the old client? Something just drop the old client. Depends on the project here. What the project here doesn't change because it's static listening. So you have for the same project two clients, two codexes that run for the same project. That is only acceptable if the thread ID is the same for both. So no, I could just accept the client, yes. But bail out if the thread ID changes. So if you receive a thread ID and the thread ID is already set and it is different, then we have a problem. And I also need to make a symlink so that can all be done in the same place. Let's see, accepted socket. Yeah, what the hell? No, decoder. Decode the message. So if you get a config session, then switch to the config session decoder. And then we get here. We have not had thread ID. Maybe it is the end. So we already have a thread ID, then it must be the same. Oh wait a minute, that's that thing. Yeah, what if we have a thread ID, then this must be the same as the thing that we just received. In other words, you have to decode it. Signed from string. Decode it anyway. Well, they return here. Well, because we did the whole message, I guess, but I didn't. So that goes there. Open, find the open position, value position, close position. If it makes sense, then assign the thread ID. If it does not make sense, well then ignore it. Kinda should never happen. Yeah, let's ignore it. Otherwise, assign the thread ID. And then if we did not already have a thread ID, just copy it. Which means that this thing doesn't need to be there. More like doing it like this. Yeah, well, I guess we dropped a new connection rather than the old one. So we do something and then we return, and the something should just kill the current connection. That's what to do here. Actually, I totally have a use case for that. I could run two versions of Codex, where one is the planner and the other one is the executor, and they should run they should use a different thread ID. Purple private. No, I've seen everything. It's probably because I have a namespace called private in libcwd, which is source code which is currently searchable. Yeah, ridiculous. Define private public. Ugly, I know. Well, you have no idea. Fucks up my syntax highlight. What shall we do? The config session decoder, is that a different object? Or how did I get my instance of that? I don't think this is a task of the decoder. Hallo Alpina Kumar. You not have thread ID. Okay, I just changed everything back. The config session decoder just does what it does, decodes. Then I switch back. Hopefully you still have the instance of the config session decoder. There we go. The original decoder has an instance. So okay, we go back to the ST decoder. Which I think means decode is going to be called again, but only for the next line. Who is the dude? Where are you from? And your experience as an I give up. What does SDE mean? Yeah, I'm from the Netherlands anyway. My experience, how many months do you have? Weeks? Nah, can't compress it in a few weeks. Well, this chat someone asked me if 7 million was enough to make me stop programming, and I said no. Is that a good enough answer for my experience? My first experience with a computer, if you can call it that, was a programmable calculator, and then I mean with zeros and ones. That was really long time ago, as you understand. I was really a kid. I think definitely know older than, I don't know, man. Must have been before I was 12. Because then I was using a TRS-80. I think that the brother of my dad was working for the research lab of Philips. So they made stuff like the DVD player. He worked on the DVD player, for example, as a researcher. But before that, they had an. There was maybe around the time that they made a long player thing. So it was a really big DVD thing that could play videos. Well, before that, the DVD was just for music. But we visited him, and he had also a calculator that you could program with zeros and ones. It was, I can't remember it exactly, but for some reason I understood it immediately, and I was fascinated by it. And you know, the adults were chatting, and I was just sitting on the floor with my new toy, programming it, writing programs for it to make it do stuff. Which worked also, of course. And I haven't stopped since, basically. Programming has always been my obsession. Always been obsessed with coding. Okay, the decoder, I have a problem here, man. The decoder receives a message, and that is the closing message. No, it's opening message actually. We receive the opening message, and then all I do is switch protocol decoder, and then we leave. Nothing blocks. Switch protocol decoder is just the sync becomes a new decoder. So we return here and blah blah blah. And then that thing. Oh, we do get a call with this pointer, so I can make a call back. Probably better than waiting for the next message, right? Definitely. So I have to make a call back, I think. So this thing has an. Oh, but it's begin. Wait a minute. Where's the begin coming from then? That's this thing. That thing has a begin. And a message finder. Nope. Confusing. I'm calling begin here on the config session decoder. What is that then? This config session decoder. That's my thing, man. What the heck? The return. Oh, it's simply the return decoder. Of course. So stupid. But that's the sync. But I'm pretty sure I know what it is. What I'm passing to the config session decoder is the ST decoder. So I should just change that, I think. It's the ST decoder. So I'm passing here a reference to an ST decoder to this begin. Which is a sync, but might as well pass it. ST decoder. And then the return decoder can be the same type. And then if in decode, get the end of the message. Then we say switch back, but also do a callback. So of course, but the switch decoder doesn't really do anything. So I can do that at the end here. So the thread ID. It's kind of like an event. Mm-hmm. Okay, what shall I do with it? Thread ID. We have a thread ID. Well, everyone happy? I should make a symlink. I think that's more for the application to do, though, however. You need to remember the thread ID. Not even doing that yet. Does the CD code have a thread ID thing? Nope. No, wrapped in this one, but definitely have to pass this to the application, I think. And then the application can decide what to do with it. Yeah, that's... I'm not super happy calling the application already though. I would like to call the client. But yeah, the client is, I don't know, I think I only have a socket. The client is the socket, more or less. I have an accepted socket. So maybe you should try to pass it to that object. The accept socket is nothing special really, actually. It just exists of library stuff and that decoder. So it isn't even a class. So the client is more or less is the decoder in terms of my own classes here, or the project classes. Let's see how easy it is to go from the ST decoder to the accepted sockets. So we have a pointer to the decoder, and then I want to cast that back to this thing. Well, it's the first one, so you can just reinterpret cast it. I think that's actually guaranteed to work even. But yeah. No, it's not. Socket is in between. Pointer to this thing first points to the socket, and then after the socket we get this thing. Although not really guaranteed, I guess, but. No, it's not guaranteed, but in practice how it works. Could of course first have this in memory and then get a socket. There is no official casting from members to the class. So I would have to pass this pointer to the input decoder, and then we know who the accepted socket is. And then from there we can static cast to the derived class. So we can go back to the, if this is derived from that, instead of just using. Yeah, does it all make sense? Huh? Okay, I'm gonna do a call back to the application. I was already editing that file. Oops. Then of course I should not use application. I should use the application, the socket tab team application. whatever it is. Last thread ID. What to do next? The problem is that the application itself can receive multiple thread IDs, and I want to more or less support that. I think I also need to open a window eventually for every thread ID that I receive. So I probably should have a standard map or something with all the thread IDs. But my plan was to make it known to the rest of the world, well, my scripts basically, what the current thread ID is by changing a symbolic link. Make that point to a directory with the name of the thread ID. So, yeah. Multiple thread IDs, and that is a problem. Maybe I should just allow for 2 thread IDs, literally just one for the planner and one for the execution. Agent, nah. I'm still not sure how to connect those things together though. Run the Codex and then it really goes through the AI. I just tell the AI in English or a directory that it must use. So where exactly does that happen? Probably from the generated agents.md. So it could communicate a more recognizable ID through the environment maybe. Oh yeah, definitely. That's what I should do. So I need to store this thread ID, but per environment variable value. So there would still be a standard map if I support an arbitrary amount of values for this environment variable. It's also kind of silly. Yeah, I think that the very first thing we need to do here is just print both. So I need to get that environment variable, and then I print the environment variable and the thread ID, and then I can check that that works. So I print d out entering print the thread ID. And we also print the environment variable. Now, need a name for the environment variable. I already have it, I think, and I call that Codex mode. I probably should even be a member variable of the socket tab daemon. No, because yeah, what? I can only have only one. Oh, that doesn't work again. But yeah, the socket tab daemon itself is started right before I start Codex. So if the socket tab daemon itself is receiving multiple clients with the different thread ID, then maybe I just should run more than one socket tab daemon, making that a slightly little bit easier. Then so I would have different sockets basically. So for each listen socket we can have one thread ID. That means that for each socket tab daemon we can have one thread ID. Yeah, I think that's the easiest thing to do. So I can just store it as the thread ID. In the application. So if get thread ID Now I need to check if I already have it. Is there a way to check if UID is default constructed? Uninitialized. It's not really working. Can make it optional. That it even exists. The application has a thread already. What a ridiculousness is this? Hi, Kayal Hayev. Okay, yeah, you're okay. I like this song. I see it more as a deep concentration song and doing amazing things. Yeah, doesn't work if I get distracted. Huh? Thread ID being passed. No need for. No need for this function. I listen non-stop to music, but yeah, copyright. These are the only songs I have that I can play on YouTube because they don't have a copyright. I think it's one of the lamest things in the world. Well, okay, I'm exaggerating, but that you just. How many viewers do I have? 2 or something usually? And I'm not even allowed to play music. They would ban my account if I would do that continuously. I was a radio pirate when I was younger. I think I started. I did build a transmitter to transmit on the FM radio, like 105.5 megahertz. That was my frequency. And I started when I was 14, I think, and then. Build more and more complex transmitters, stereo coder, stuff like that. Always chatting, exactly like I do now. Just a microphone, chatting with friends over the radio. And then we also had music always on, of course, in the background. Cassette tape time was that. So I made the recordings from the radio on my cassette tape, and then I would play that back. While doing electronics and chatting with other friends that did electronics. Oh yeah. Adults are so lame. They don't allow you to do that. So eventually, they busted the house of my parents while I lived with 8 police agents. Eventually, being many years later. Many years later. How old was I when I did that? Early 20s? 23 maybe? It's almost, almost been 10 years a radio pirate. And then I could play anything I want. Well, there was no difference. These days, I think, if you would get caught, they would say, "Oh, you've been a radio pirate for 10 years. You have been playing music for 10 years. Here's a bill of 1 million euro that you have to pay to the artists for stealing their work." I'm getting tired. I stop for a bit. It's not even clear what is wrong here. No matching function call. What do you mean no matching function call? Oh, there's a candidate that doesn't take anything. Okay, probably have to change that. Definitely pass stuff around now. UID, const reference, red ID. No declaration. Oh. Oh. Nothing to pass there then? What? It is being passed, but I don't have to pass it? Because you can access the config session decoder anyway. And I added thread ID to that. Yeah. Maybe I should not do that then. I don't know. Okay, let's not have an access one. Pass it here. UID, const reference, thread ID. Binding reference to const disqualifiers. Discards qualifier. Okay, so apparently I've got to tap the constant. Okay. So much more had to be changed. Okay, I'm gonna frustrate myself again. That last one is super difficult. But yeah, just let's play with this, and then I'm gonna go eat. It's going to fuck up anyway. Falling. What? Oh, I thought it was had to do with my application. Okay, yeah, I'm just gonna stop streaming because I have to buy food. I have to leave. I'll see you later, guys.